but that's a nucleus, and we have already discovered that the nucleus of Earth has literal a ball of magma. So so you're telling me that because the ocean is cold, it doesn't mean that temperature is felt. Is that what you're trying to say? Exactly. Well, believe it or not, that core is so hot that the furthest that we've gone through the mantle of Earth. So you're saying like, oh, how do we know that right? We know this because Earth has its own gravitational pull. How does this gravitational pull even exist? Because of its core. How do we even know this? Because we've studied the sun, and we've seen that the sun. Whoa, with with the technology that we have, we can actually figure out um, if the sun has its own gravitational pull, and it does. How do you think the planets and the solar system maintains a rotation and translation?
If there's something you need, you'll need to pay.
Right. So what tells you that the planet that we live on doesn't have its own gravitational pull? But then how do we not fly off of the Earth? So for a planet to have its own gravitational pull, it would have to have its own literal fusion core, where it would be a internal sun, literally an internal sun, in the sense that it can exert a magnetic field where anything that goes inside of its gravitational pull, it could pull it. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Which can, believe it or not, explode one day. It won't explode today or tomorrow or even next week. That takes time as well, but it can actually either explode or even it can cool off and literally make planet Earth die just because its own core ran out of heat. And not it wouldn't be that it has a brain of its own, but it would be that it stopped consuming energy. So again, you cannot create energy, you cannot destroy energy, you can just transform energy. The same goes with heat. The heat that our core uh, dissipates can actually be lost into space. So You know how you heat up a needle until it's glowing hot, like it's red hot. So heat it up and watch it fade. So by the time that glowing red hot goes away, it's still hot, but it's not hot enough to exert radiation. So what it's exerting? It's exerting heat. It's radiating heat. Yes, but it would take a very larger mathematical equation. What would this equation be? You would have to take first mhm, the whole reality of what? Mm, that's a dream you said? Yeah, you said that earlier today. Right. So this mathematical equation, why would it be larger? Why would it be different than from your normal 2 plus 2? Because you would have to take the circumference, mass, um, and actual time as well. You would have to account for time, where you would take its mass and volume, right? Or not volume. You would actually take its mass because mass is volume times uh, weight. And how do you even weigh something that you cannot even put on a scale? So you would have to use the equation to calculate circumference, altitude, and long and long right. And it has been done. Like, we know this. It's not just a random number. If you actually look it up and you do the math yourself, yeah, and it's not some bullshit as the perfect uh, circle or something. That equation or so
Descendant, I've called you because I need your help. These
so
bastards are using a
you would have
system.
to do like
Before we
four
can move
equations
forward,
up
we
to
need to get
until you
rid of the
get
people
that
starting it.
that
All right,
mass and
wake them up,
volume.
Descendant.
You would get
Bring the principiantes. Clear them out. You got it?
the time
What the hell are they
to
doing to the
where
star
how
system?
much it would take
Judging by that
for
ridiculous
the
glow
Earth's
stick, they're
core
definitely up to
to cool
something.
down, right?
Is the warning system
So
broken? It's gone off again.
this being said,
Nope. Just another tough
we
one.
actually found out that it would take more than
Descendant.
8 million years for this to happen. It literally, because we're talking about such a big uh,
I have to check in
mass.
myself. Do
We're
that,
talking about
or
such
head over to the
a
base to deal with
huge
this. Those bastards
body
again.
mass
I'm sure you
that
got
for
this,
it
right?
to cool down eventually, it would have to even be something that we can't. That's something we can't even fathom. That's literally something that you would still be thinking about it an hour later, and you would still not figure out how and why,
I have a bad feeling
right?
about this.
How the Earth's core
The
can
project is
get
safe for
cool,
Earth.
how it would cool
Seems
down.
we have
Like, you
plenty
can't
of
fathom
time to
that
visit.
because what is Earth's core feeding of? That it keeps its hotness. How come if it's cooling down, how come it will get
Another high-level focus.
hot enough to maintain itself for more than a million years? No, the answer to that is it feeds off of its own surrounding. It literally creates a cycle where its own, because we're talking about something that it's, so we're comparing literally a metal that the I mean for it to absorb a meteor, it would have to have a bigger gravitational pull than it has now, which we can tell that it never had. So what happened, or what we can think that happened, was that literally the meteor hit it so perfectly that it didn't miss it. And we've seen on today's time uh, meteors literally missing Earth by miles, right? So we've had meteors dangerously close to hitting Earth, right? Thing is, thing is, that's not even it. You say that Earth has a brain, right? But get this, get no, yeah, but get this.
Send it. I've called you
So
because I need your help. These
there's
bastards
two
are getting
things
suspicious
that we need to
before
understand,
we can
and
investigate
then
it.
we have to
Get
ask:
rid of the forces guarding it.
what
All
hit
right, let's
first?
get to work,
Did the
Descendant.
Earth hit the meteor, or did the
Your
meteor
mark.
hit
On it.
Earth? Okay, so how would the Earth hit the
What are you
meteor?
doing that requires so much security?
Two
Judging
things
by
I've
how
been
ridiculously close
literally
it is, you're
saying.
definitely up to
So
something.
translation and rotation. Let's forget about rotation because rotation is an object rotating its own axes. Translation. What is translation? So, you know how the moon goes around
Okay,
Earth?
it's gone off again.
That's translation, right?
Nope, just another tough enemy to deal with.
So,
Descendant, do your thing.
how else would you think that Earth comes close to hitting things? Earth has its own translation around the sun, right? Our galaxy actually moves through space. We're not just
I have to check it out
stuck
myself.
in one place.
Do that.
We move
I'll
around
trace your
space
progress
as we
everywhere.
speak. As
I'm sure you
oh,
got
but
this one.
how would you know that we're moving right now if we can't feel it? We are already adapted to that speed. We are moving fast as fuck. We're just literally adapted to it. We as a species and anything that has lived in this earth has adapted literally to Earth's rotation
Oh,
and
no.
translation.
I can hear alarms. I have a bad feeling about this. That's the hazardous object proximity alert, isn't it? Seems we have quite the powerful visitor.
No, because it would be inside of its own gravitational pull still. Why else would?
Damn it! Send it.
But don't get me
Activate another
wrong.
high-level
Don't get me wrong.
Just no end to them.
You would actually see Earth moving away from you if you get out of its gravitational pull. How so? So, um, let's say that you had an accident and you tethered off of a satellite. Satellites
Something weird about the
um,
flow within the Vulgus facility.
sit around a perfect soft spot where
Even more defensive.
it doesn't fly off of Earth's gravitational pull, but it also doesn't go in it, and it doesn't crash into Earth and becomes space debris. Okay, how do we even know this? So you know how there's lamps, magnetic lamps, that if you carefully place them, they can literally rotate midair. You haven't seen those? So, okay, the because you need to understand this in a smaller level to understand how satellites don't just fly off or fly into Earth. So there's little magnetic lamps, or they call it toys, magnetic toys of Earth that you can carefully set up on the magnet, and it would stay rotating. Look it up. So you'd see that. So
Is the warning system
thing is,
gone out?
we are literally smart enough and dumb enough
Tough enemy.
to do things and experiment things.
Thing.
Because if we were smart enough, we would literally be doing things differently. We would ascend a level of consciousness where we would appreciate more the risk slash yeah,
Descendants.
exactly,
We need to make sure it's safe enough for the construction corps members to move around.
exactly.
Check out the digger.
So it gets to a point where when you get into science, like if you ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, that guy,
There are Vulgus everywhere. It's like we've stirred up a hornet's nest.
and yet we still have managed a way to defy it. So
Damn it. Send it.
how do we even defy nature? So you know uranium?
Please take care of this.
Uranium exists as a normal element in Earth. It just doesn't exist the way we have it. Uranium doesn't exert masses of or mass quantities of radiation. It does radiate radiation, but
Weird about the
it not to a point where you would get cancer. You know,
and it looks like
it's to a point where it's to a point where if you're exposed long enough to it, then yeah. But we found a way to synthesize it to where we can use its natural properties and actually fuel nuclear plants. So we got that would be not that wouldn't be uranium. That would be element U something. It's U2 something.
think they get
It's a weird name.
point. The Vulgus
But when you synthesize it, you get uranium, and when you synthesize uranium, you get another element where it becomes stable. It becomes stable, so you can just what's it called? Throw it away and not damage Earth, so to speak, right? So we've literally defied nature in that sense. And this in the same way as following nature's rule,
It's gone off again.
the laws of thermodynamics and physics. You can't destroy or create energy, you can only transform it. So we can transform a
Okay.
piece of uranium that can give us energy for days on end,
Job.
but we can also make it so it doesn't destroy us. So we make it stable. And that actually can be reverted if I'm not mistaken. I might be bullshitting on that, but if I'm not mistaken, you can actually synthesize the byproduct of that uranium to have a different type of energy and make it, I think, plutonium. I think that's how you get plutonium. If not, then I'm bullshitting. I think you get plutonium with another mineral. But yeah, and where do you even find this? Exactly. E- Exactly. So how else do you think Chernobyl happened? Like Chernobyl wasn't an accident, so to speak. It was a negligence because to manage a nuclear plant, you would have properly educated people and properly trained people. Uh, that would be scientists, right? To handle a nuclear power plant. You can't just have Joe make whatever from down the street handle a fucking nuclear power plant because he doesn't know what the fuck every button does, right? He wouldn't. He, so it gets to a point where we are smart enough to do dumb things. Mm. It gets even to a point where Nagasaki and Hiroshima happened. You're in the military and you don't know what Nagasaki and Hiroshima is. So, for your country's military, Nagasaki and Hiroshima is one of the, let's see it as one of the
Send it. I've called
smallest
you to
secrets
These
that if
bastards are
you're
getting
not
suspicious.
educated enough, you would ask somebody,
We need to get
"Hey,
within
do
the
you
forces.
remember Nagasaki?" And they're gonna be like, "Naga, what? What is that? A GTA car or some shit?" No, bro. Like the bomb, Nagasaki,
What the hell are
that
you
was
doing?
dropped in Nagasaki and wiped out literally all population in that area.
We're definitely up to something.
Like, look it up. We've been smart enough to wipe out our
It's
little
gone off again.
uh uh
Nope. Just another tough
our
enemy to
people
deal with.
basically
Descendant,
because
get ready.
we're all humans. It's just that we're different, so to speak, species of humans. Because
I have to check it out
the
myself.
only
To do that, I'll need you to lay waste to the Vulgus.
Mhm.
Every last one of them. I'm sure you've got this, right?
I mean, it would have been a very fucked up situation if it were a
Oh,
bomb.
hell. I can hear alarms. I have a bad feeling about this.
And there had to be a
Hazardous
point in
object
time where
proximity
nature
alert.
said, "You know what? I'm gonna play sandbox in this
Yes,
bitch."
sir. Damn it.
No,
Descendant. We've detected another high-level
because
Vulgus.
basically you're trying to say that
Still,
nature got so
please
fucked
take
up that
care
it
of
created
this.
its own bomb, which does happen at a lower level, but it doesn't happen to a point where like
There's something weird about the energy flow within the Vulgus facility.
volcanoes
Oh, and it looks like
volcanoes
we
can
need to
occur,
get even more defensive
but
forces.
just because they won't wipe out a certain population, they're not gonna uh, wipe out. There has happened an occasion where
Why is there no end
people
to
have
these
been affected
bastards?
by a volcanic
Damn it.
by a volcano eruption. Yep.
Is the warning system broken? It's gone off again. Just another tough enemy to deal with. Descendant, Do your thing.
And yep. Oh no, we survived
We need to make sure it's safe.
long enough to see the extinction of certain animals. For example, I think it was 1940s, 1950s. I don't remember what year was it that we saw the last of a species of a tiger
Focus everywhere.
and a certain species of wolf because it got hunted to extinction. Um,
Damn it.
and we got to see in modern times the extinction of a bird.
Please take care of this.
And we actually got it in footage, which the person that was filming the last male bird of its species. And this actually gets, for me, it gets emotional for me. Like literally, for me, that's fucked up. I get emotional even saying that because it's like
There's something weird about the
we've we've
in the Vulgus facility.
we've affected animals to a point where
With even more defensive
they've gone extinct by us just existing, literally, like quite literally. So you know that deforestation and landscaping directly affects
Here they come again. You'd think they'd get tired of it at some point. The Vulgus
because
commanding them must be
of
someone
the
nearby.
it is, but at the same time, it's a huge hypocrisy. It quite literally is a huge hypocrisy because you see people saying, "Oh, PETA this, PETA that," and you see people saying, "Oh, we're animal activists, oh this and that," but nobody does a thing about it. Like we're so powerful, we don't do nothing for the byproduct of our own power. Like we don't do shit about it. We just talk about it, and talking about it is not the same as doing something about it. You like people going, literally disrupting somebody's fucking day, doing a shitty ass marching band, and being in the middle of the fucking streets, and in the fucking middle of the way of cars with fucking flags saying, "Oh, we are gay, we have rights," or "Oh, we are animal activists, animals have rights." Go fuck yourself. That doesn't do shit. That quite literally, that doesn't do shit. That's not doing something about it. Crying like a stupid ass bitch doesn't do anything about it. That doesn't even correlate to. Bro, Africans hunt other animals, but they let them breed. They actually watch them breed so they can hunt them down along the way because they can hunt one baboon, right? Or two baboons, but there's like 10 more baboons and they don't hunt it to extinction. Or they can hunt down one male lion and leave the cubs and the mother alone. It's not the same as fucking poachers that hunt down the fucking the rhinoceros to mere close extinction, bro. Why else do you think we don't see that many rhinoceros? Because we fucking hunted them to near extinction. Quite literally, there were 3 left. Now I think there's 2 of it. I think 3 out of 3 fucking rhinoceros, 1 died. How does that not make you emotional, bro? We're quite literally being very hypocrite with our existence to a point where because there isn't. Who's saying that? Who's who's telling you? Okay, so then, but who's okay? What gives you an answer that there's somebody punishing poachers? I haven't seen fucking snuff films of poachers. I haven't seen no. Still, Once you're dead, there's nothing that you can do about it. Mm, I mean, I mean, if you take an Afghan, yeah. No, science is just a term. It's just a word. Science already existed. Science already existed. It's just we gave it a word. Same way how birds and animals existed, we just gave them the word birds and animals. I mean, planets already existed, and we gave it the name planets. Mm, from a bank? Oh, the Big Bang Theory. Well, see, the thing is, I don't believe in the Big Bang Theory because what makes you think that everything was created because something like even Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't agree with that theory because how can something could have like been created out of nothing? Like that's where everything literally turns blind. Like how are you going to create something out of nothing that doesn't exist? Thing is, how do you? Okay, so you're telling me you can create a spark out of thin air with nothing else, with no ions, no electricity, no. Yeah, but now we're talking about a different thing, though. We're talking about a different thing now. Quite literally, you cannot make anything out of nothing. So, if you believe that something got created out of nothing, then how did exactly? How can something become something out of nothing? No, I'm saying like how do you
We
believe
need your help.
that literally where nothing was happening, literally something happened
Before
out
we
of
can
nothing.
investigate it, we need to get rid of the forces guarding it. All right, let's get to work, Descendant.
So,
Swarm of
okay,
defensive
okay,
units.
no, no, no,
Clear
no.
'em out.
No,
Got
no,
it?
forget about energy.
What the hell are they doing to
No,
acquire so
forget
much
about energy.
security?
You have a
They
gun,
have
right?
ridiculously large
Set it
guns.
on the table. Don't let nobody else touch it. Not even you. Nothing touches it. Not even, not wind, nothing, nothing. Not even the table's touching the gun. Nothing is touching
Nope.
the gun
We have another
itself.
tough enemy to deal with. Descendant, do your
What's gonna
thing.
happen? Nothing touches it. Nothing is happening to it. Nothing ever will even cross its path. Nothing will exist in its own space. What? Thing is, time is a concept that is unfathomable And the reason why we even count time is because of laws of physics. Time is something we cannot perceive. Time. No, but quite literally, grab your gun, tell your buddies not to touch it, not to move it, not to even look at it. No, no. It is. It is. Because how are you saying... I mean, something will happen if you leave it long enough. It will corrode. It will... But I'm saying, like, its purpose is to be a tool of creating holes. But you take away what exerts the energy to do that, what do you get? Exactly. So, put it this way. A universe or a galaxy cannot be created out of thin air. You can't just blow into space and energy cannot be created. One of the thermodynamics literally says you cannot create energy. You can't. You can't. You can't create energy.
There's something weird about the energy flow within the Vulgus.
But it's something that has been proven.
Oh, and it looks
quite
like
literally.
deal with even more defensive forces.
So you're literally saying that the absence of evidence is evidence of absence of evidence, and in the presence of evidence is literally absence of evidence. That's not how it works, though.
Why is there no end to these bastards?
So you're telling me that I can have a child without impregnating a woman? But we're energy, though. We're energy, though. We're energy, though. We're energy, though. We are energy. We didn't just come out from nothing. That's not how it works, literally. You cannot have a moving car if you don't have something creating, or not creating, exerting energy. How does something just exist? What makes you think that something didn't literally have the time to become much more than it already was? What makes you think that gases weren't already a thing? What makes you think stars weren't already a thing?
There are Vulgus everywhere. It's like we've stirred up a hornet's nest.
Exactly. What makes you think they weren't something already? What makes you think that the point in space and time we were already? Everything was one form of something? I don't think that. So, right.
Descendant, we've detected another high-level Vulgus. There's
It would have
chill.
taken a long time for that thing that already existed to literally create, or not create, make something of itself even more. Well, the reality of things, quite literally, can be relative to one thing and to another.
Something weird about the energy flow within the Vulgus facility. Oh, and it looks like we have
The
a
reality of
lead
things
point.
can be very relative. But how do you correlate dreams to what you just said? How do you correlate dreams to what you just said? Like I didn't
Well, they
understand that.
can. You'd think they'd get tired of it at some point. The Vulgus commanding them must be somewhere nearby.
I don't know. That's everybody can dream, but I don't find it logical. I just I just don't find that logical. I can dream, but I cannot believe that I can create something just by dreaming.
The warning system broken? It's gone off
So you
again.
believe plants can dream?
Nope. Just another tough enemy to deal with. Descendant, do your thing.
So where is
Hey,
that part that you
don't
said
miss me and go get
that
some
it
rest. I'm
dreams?
sure you need it. Great job.
Where is that part? Where where does that where are the neurons in a plant? Yeah. No, where is it in plants? In plants. If you said that we came from plants and we dreamed, then no, no, no. You no, you literally quite said as of a minute ago that everything can dream. Exactly, but how come like okay, so you think as of right now plants can dream. Then take a plant and show me its neurons. Then who taught you that plants dream, bro?
Descendant, I've called you because I need your help. These bastards are using a suspicious-looking digger. Before we can investigate it, we need to get rid of the forces guarding it. Alright, let's get to work, Descendant. Swarming with defensive units. Clear them out. You got it? What the hell are they doing that requires so much security? Judging by that ridiculously large digger, they're definitely up to something. Is the warning system broken?
Yeah, because where is it? That's the thing.
Another tough enemy to deal with.
The
Descendant, do your thing.
I can't believe that it can do something else. It's just that dreaming. I understand that plants don't breathe the same way we breathe, and they don't eat the same way we eat. But how do they even dream? I understand how an elephant can dream, how a dog can dream, how a bird can dream. I understand that. But a plant, we're talking about something. Well, okay, we're talking about an organism that it isn't, that quite literally isn't just the plant you see, for example. It's a form of living. Again, they don't live the same way we live, but that doesn't mean they... What? Plants live, yeah. They are living. How can it dream, though? Being it a larger organism than it already is related to us. We are just not a...
Damn it. Send it. We detected another high-level focus. There's just
to a certain point, yeah. I mean, it can get... Bro, I'm not the one who said that plants can dream. Don't call me stupid, bro. What? I said to a certain point. I cannot take chlorophyll and feed off of that. They can.
And it looks like we have to deal with even more defensive forces.
Exactly. Everything is not going to be exactly the same. So how the plant is going to fucking dream something? Just because it breathes, just because it lives, just because it feeds, that doesn't mean it also can dream, bro. It doesn't think. It's a plant. It doesn't have a brain.
Why is there no end to these?
I know what you're saying, bro.
Damn it.
But, like... I mean, it is easy to believe anything if you think hard enough. You quite literally you can believe in anything if you think hard enough. But that being a reality or I mean, it's not limiting. It's taking it literal.
Warning system broken? It's gone off.
I know it's...
Just another tough enemy to deal with. Send it. Do your thing.
I said it doesn't, I didn't say it doesn't live. I did say it is a living organism. I just say it's not the same thing as to what everything else is.
Descendant. We need to make sure it's safe enough for the construction corps members to move around before we can check out the digger.
Because it's a non-ending process. Oh no, I know you're being honest. Huh?
Ah, there are Vulgus everywhere. It's like we've stirred up a hornet's nest.
I mean, it's not even my way of thinking. It's just way of life, literally. Exactly. So how do you fight reality? How do you defy something that it's literally quite in front of you?
Damn it!
How do you defy something
Descendant!
that
We detected
already
another
proven, bro?
high-level Vulgus. There's a chip
It's
in the
not being
location.
closed-minded.
Please take care of this.
It's quite literally seeing things as they are. So you're telling me I've never said that I was defining it. I said that how do you defy as in how do you go exactly? But then you said, oh, you should look it up, and then it's not shit that you're coming up with. Exactly. So I'm exactly, exactly. So
There's something weird about the energy flow within the Vulgus facility. Oh, and it looks like we have to deal with even more defensive forces.
I'm not defining. I'm just giving you like what it is. Am I wrong for that? You're not wrong for disagreeing, but am I wrong for disagreeing with you? I'm wrong? Well, then if I'm wrong, bro. What?
Here they come
Right.
again. I think they get tired of it at some point. The Vulgus commanding them must be somewhere nearby.
So you're like that one guy in that one movie that keeps asking people, "Oh, how many fingers I'm holding up?" and everybody says four, and he'd be like, "Oh, another idiot." But exactly. But then again, your way of exactly your way of operating is literally quite literally like that one old guy from the movie. You're not seeing the four fingers. You're seeing beyond that, quite literally. And you don't want to see four fingers. You want to see the answer of eight fingers. And beyond that, you want to see the person that's right.
Is the warning system
And
broken?
that's a reality I
It's
can
not
sit
on
on.
again. Ah,
I don't disagree that
looks
everything
like my
is
navigator
different,
signal.
and there's a whole lot
Descendant,
of similarities and a whole lot of shit that are different still. But
child. What do you need?
But are you sure that what you're saying could be something that you can sit on? Are you sure that what you're saying is something that you can sit on? So if
Now what?
so you're telling me that if right as of right now, a fucking Afghan fucking raptured you, took you as a POW, and asked you of the Big Bang Theory, and he fucking threatens your life, saying that if you don't negate the Big Bang Theory, you're gonna die on that. So like he says, oh, say the Big Bang Theory ain't true, or you're dead. Yeah, but that's not wasn't my question. My question was first question, would you sit on that? And you said yes. And then second question, if somebody threatens your life with it, are you willing to sit on that? No, that's not what I'm asking. That's not so you're saying you'd be dead. All right. I mean that's another what's it called? That's another question and another answer. Bro, I've dreamt that I was God himself. And quite literally I have once dreamt that I was God himself. And that I fucking flew inside Earth, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, what is this light? And I could see myself with a white robe and a white beard and white as fuck, but everybody else saw me as this beaming huge ball of light. And I told all these motherfuckers, either you behave or y'all dead. And everybody got to work, bro, in unison. It was beautiful, bro. I told them bitches, if y'all don't fucking behave, y'all bitches gonna be dead, and y'all, I'm gonna create another series of humans that are better than y'all bitch asses. And they got to work in unison, bro, as if they were slaves, but liberated slaves. Like they were gonna do better things, and nobody was gonna question them, and nobody was gonna order them either. I've had those types of dreams before, yeah. I have also had dreams of where I was a fucking dinosaur. And the long neck one, the biggest one of them all, and I saw a fucking frog and I fucking stepped in it. And when I fucking look at my foot, I was like, God damn, and I fucking rubbed the fucking frog on the fucking floor, and then I saw a mate, and I fucked that mate, bro. And then I found out it was a fucking male dinosaur. I was like, fuck, man. And then that's when I woke up. Because I was like, I fucked the fucking. Oh shit. I just got into a fucking mission that can get bugged. Nope. Fuck this. Wait. I also had a dream about the Big Bang Theory. But I didn't like that dream because of what quite literal. I was sitting. What what you're doing is a psyop is what you're doing. You're trying to tap into my neural link that Elon Musk implanted me before I was born.
Now what? Go on, I'm waiting.
I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you. If I let me let me let me answer you. Answer me this: if I dreamt that I was God Himself, does that make me God?
Hi there. What can I help you with?
From fear or emotions? But you do realize what you're talking about. It's literally a concoction of chemical reactions, right? It's not something that you would say and look into and say, oh, this is fear, or oh, this is love, or oh, this is anger. Exactly. I say I say emotions is something that if we got rid of, that would make us unite better because we're not like you just mentioned basic emotions, but further emotions would be envy, joy, and joy would be a further emotion like lust or neediness. Exactly, but take that away, what do you have? But take that away, what do you have? Yeah, take emotions away and just have a consciousness of where you're not thinking about emotions. But I'm just asking you if you take away emotions, what do you got? You would you would still feel that because that is what you are basically naturally programmed to do. But if you take those emotions away and you just have the consciousness and a what's it called, uh and you just have a just mind, I'm saying that that way would be more in unison. Why? Because we are not. We would be what we call an ideal world, a world that cannot exist because we already have all of that, and we've already been. literally manipulated to have all of this be the norm. So even if you take that away, we already set up for life for failure. So it's reality is that we are fucked up either way. An ideal world is where we would all in unison say fuck whatever is the norm, and we'll do things the not the right way, but the just way, because there's no right or wrong way in that sense. When you take away all of that, it would be just or unjust. So, but since that will never happen, okay. But if you take that away, okay, yes, there would be just or unjust actions. Okay, but take that away, take the madness, take the anger away, and you'd be like, if somebody kills my brother, what would be take away exactly. So we are not going to be able to live in an ideal world because our reality already is what it is. So, and that correlates to a lot of things already. The world already is and was what it is. So there's nothing else to look into it. Nah, man. It nah. Would I react to it? Would I? I mean, yeah. Oh yeah, they would be tormented. I'm not scared of that because it's like it is what it is. In that point, huh? No, no, because what else do you got to lose if you're already in a realm where you can't do shit? It's all black. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna? But then how are you gonna feel darkness? How do you feel darkness? How would darkness feel to you? How will you perceive that? Exactly. So why would you be scared? Exactly. So just see darkness. Then why? What's so scary about that? That would be Deadpool, but blind, quite literally. So it would be something that for me personally, it would be nothing because I can't do nothing about it. You can't do nothing about it. You're quite literally telling me that I would be blind, but still would feel everything. That would be a resistance or a Then what would be the opposite of that? Seeing all white and then being able to move freely? How would that be? How? I would say it would be the opposite. I would be, I don't know, for me it would be the opposite. I would liberate it because you don't need to. Right. I say for me would be the other way around. We live in a hell, but when we die, we're just gonna be liberated from whatever. So you think that you getting paid to kill people isn't hell? But again, you are familiar with the term of an ideology, right? Or an ideal thing. No, but are you familiar with the term of? I don't think they can fathom that. I think they just roam around and do whatever they want. Not necessarily. Exactly, it's perceived bad, but because they can do whatever they want, they don't got restraints as in they don't they, they don't gotta pay taxes. they don't they don't gotta work from 9 to 5, bro. So yeah, so you understand what I'm saying? So you understand what I'm saying, right? So how is being literally in a black void and literally not seeing anything, bro? You would feel restrained because you would be right. For me, it wouldn't because I would be like, finally, finally, my favorite thing, not doing shit, bro. My heart would be fucking working to death, right? Not, not actually, a way of punishment would be literally living like get this. So imagine you're in a void, but the first voice, the first noise that you hear is some bitch whining that why don't we have fucking McDonald's, why or where's her fucking so okay, you want to be serious with it. I bet. So okay, Tell me this. There's nothing what I think, and there's nothing what you think. How is it a black void a hell to you? But you don't know that. But it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Not the same thing. You can still move. You can close your eyes and walk around. You can still you can touch your face. Resisting to what? Oh, existing. Exactly. I don't get you dying and still existing. Your existence already ceased. Now you are not you. You're just a decomposing body. You became food for microorganisms and other animals. Now you're just food. Exactly. You transcend from a living being into food, and then you're gonna transcend into shit, and then you're gonna transcend into soil, and then you're gonna transcend into plants. No, 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 no. Wait, wait, no, no, no. Wait, 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 wait. Pause, 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 pause. No, pause. No, pause, 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 pause. We're not talking about transcending into spirits. We're talking about first energy. You already said that we cannot destroy energy. Our body, our body, once we die, we as a consciousness, as a person, we stop existing right then and there when we die. Because right then and there, your body just becomes a carcass. That's not that's not how I feel. Okay, so I'm sorry for asking you this. I'm sorry. I'm gonna ask you this, but firstly, I'm sorry for asking this. But have you seen a person die? Okay, so have you gone to that person and said, "Hey, yo, bro, you okay?" Okay, so find the correlation to what you're saying to versus how the fuck that is what I'm feeling when I'm telling you right now that that's not what I feel. That's literally something that none of us feel. That is reality. How are you so sure? How are you so sure that that person that just died then and there literally went to somewhere else? Bro, they just died in front of you. That shit is a carcass. It's a fucking corpse. Oh, see now you said no. I'm just being a little bit serious with it, and you're not being serious with it, bro. You just said now you're just saying what you're feeling, bro. Exactly, exactly. So you're saying what I've been giving you is bullshit. You were the one who said it first, though. So how am I not being serious? How am I not being serious then? Yeah, because you told me, oh, I feel like you're not being serious with it, and I'm being a bit serious with it. Okay, and I told you, okay, you want to be serious with it, and I ask you a legitimate question with straight up answers. Exactly. And and before I told you that, what did I say? I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna tell you something that is not what I feel. It's not what you feel. It's reality. And now you're going off by something that anybody else feels. Like, bro, make it make sense. Yes, you do. You just said that. Now you're bullshitting me. Now you're bullshitting me. Bro, you're just rage baiting me, bro. Quite literally. Right now, you're just fucking rage baiting me, bro.
What can I help you with?
Right. 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 No, yeah, I confirmed it. Right. Right. Voices. Right. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. What I can say is you successfully rage baited me, but now, I don't even believe if you're actually taking that seriously or you just talking just to talk. Because first you said, "Oh, I don't think you're taking this seriously," right? Because I took a little bit of humor in it. But then, but then I give you a serious question, and then no, but you just be like, "Oh no," like not in your words, but from my understanding, it was like, "Nah, you're just giving bullshit." Because you, nah, I'm not saying inaccurate, but like, because he said, "Oh, uh," you said, "Oh, cause what was it that you said? Something along the lines of having uh Oh no, I understood it. The thing is, I argue against the sit because I argued I argued with the point that you said, "Oh, you're not a weird trolling vibe." See, exactly because you literally said, "Oh, I feel like you're not taking this seriously," and I'm like, "Okay, bet." And I ask you, "Have you seen a person die? What did that? What happened to that person? Did you see something go off of it? No, bro. If we're talking about energy, I told you that person now begins the process of decomposing. Exactly, but how is it going to be something that I believe in when I literally told you this is something I do not believe in and you do not believe in? It's something that it's reality. Reality. How are you gonna fucking argue against something that it's real, something that you can see, something that it's already a fact? How are you gonna go against
We need to get rid of the
facts?
forces guarding it. All right,
Bro,
let's get to
literally
work,
asked me,
Descendant.
can I see matter?
Swarming with
Can you see your
defensive
hand?
units. Clear them out. Got it?
Can you see? Can you see your hand? Can you see your hand? Can you see your hand then?
What the hell are they doing with
Yes,
the
right.
forces?
Yeah. Okay, then yeah, bro. You
Doesn't
can't see
sound like
matter,
a
bro.
ridiculously large
Matter.
group.
We are not invisible. What we are saying is not transparent. It's not translucent. What type of question is that? Can you see matter? That's like saying. That's like saying, hey, can you punch through a fucking thick ass wall? No, can't. Why? Because you're not Superman. So yes, you can see. You can see matter. Why? Because it's physical. It's there. We can touch it. What's matter? Anything that occupates space and mass. That's matter by definition. So if it occupates space and mass, you can see it. You can touch it. So what? So what? You're gonna tell me now? Oh, I don't believe that's matter because. So what? You're gonna go against. So you're gonna go against with what's facts.
I have to check it out myself. To do that, I'll need you to lay waste to the focus. Every
Yeah. And
last
what
one
was
of
your
them.
question after that? And what was your question after that?
That's right.
Uh huh. Uh huh. Uh huh. Uh huh. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Quite literally. It's a body. Body is literally energy. We are energy. We are quite literally energy. If you feed, that's still energy. You're using the body as fuel to light it itself up in flames.
Ah, hell.
Oh, what? You're
How
gonna tell
long
me
has
that
it been
combustion
since
isn't
we've
fucking
been
energy now?
talking about this? That's the hazardous object proximity alert, isn't it?
Oh, so you don't believe in energy then?
Powerful
We
business
just
plan.
exist because we can. Exactly. You don't even know yourself what you're trying to get to.
Damn it. Descendant.
I know what I'm trying
I've
to
had
get
too enough of
into.
high-level focus.
I already
There's
said
just no end to them. Please take care of this.
energy. We are energy, and you cannot destroy energy quite literally. You cannot. You cannot. Oh, that person dies and you lit it up to flame. What happens when you grab wood? What happens when you grab wood? Now answer me this. Answer me this. I'm gonna throw you questions at you, just so you expand your knowledge. Since you want to be so open minded. If you grab wood, what happens to it if you light it if you light it up in flames?
There's something weird about the
It burns,
energy
right?
flow within the Vulgus
It
facility.
becomes carbon, right?
Oh,
What's carbon? The result of burning up
even
wood,
more
right?
defensive
So
forces.
what's the fuel there? What's the energy being taken up there? The wood itself. The wood fuels the flames, right? So if you take a body and you light it up in flames, what happens with the body? It turns also into carbon, right? It burns up, right? The fats, the skin, the hair, if it has fucking any material on it as well, like clothes, shoes, that's also energy, right? Because it's getting burnt. You can see it. You can see it. You can see that. You can see the fucking flames. You can see the fucking energy being used up. So let's take it to another fucking level so you understand this, right?
Damn it.
If you take that same carcass, if you take that same body of that person that died and you feed it to a lion, are you gonna tell me, oh, isn't that matter being destroyed? Isn't that energy being? No, motherfucker, it's getting turned into another source of energy, which is food. Believe it or not, food is a fuel and it turns into energy. Why else would we have to eat? We don't eat because we want to. We eat because we have to. It's a necessity because we need energy to survive. And what fuels ourselves?
Warning system
Food.
broken? It's gone out.
So how are you gonna fucking tell me, oh, can you see matter?
Just another tough enemy to deal with.
Can you see energy? Yes, you can see, you quite literally, yes, you can see energy. When you turn on the fucking ATV, what's being used up there? Can you not see the fucking engine getting hot? That's energy right there, brother. Bet. And I don't understand your questions then.
We need to make sure it's safe enough for the construction corps members to move around before we can check out the digger.
Exactly. And I ask you, can you see your hand? Yes. Right. Then where does that come? Where did that question come from? What was he about to say after that? No, but tell me.
There are bulbous everywhere. It's like we stirred a
Right.
hornet's nest.
Right. But don't worry. But don't worry about it. But don't worry about it. Whatever I say is bullshit, bro. Like it's normal for me to be called out. Like, oh man, this guy is crazy because he just believes in what he sees. He don't believe. He don't have a higher consciousness. So. Right.
Damn it. Send it. We've detected another high-level bulbous. There's just no end to them. Please take care of this.
Right. Right. So, let me ask you this. So, okay, you don't go off by exactly the book, right? You just go off by what you what.
Energy flow within the bulbous facility. Oh, and it looks like we have to deal with even more
Okay.
defensive forces.
Okay. So, do you believe with what you see and what you see? Do you believe in it because it leads to what you think, or will that if that same thing if that same thing that you see will make you believe otherwise if it doesn't give you what you believe in? No, that wasn't that. No, that wasn't. No, that. Okay, so exactly. Would you believe otherwise if
Come again.
whatever you saw
Think they get
isn't
started at
what
some point.
you just said?
The Vulcus commanding them must be somewhere nearby.
Okay. So let's get into a realm where let's use our minds then, right? Let's get into a realm where we can actually answer that, right? Let's use what we call quantum physics. In quantum physics, there's a lot of bullshit. So, and quite literally, there's a lot of bullshit in quantum physics. Like for example, in quantum physics, it is believed that you can destroy matter if you try hard enough, right? So, if you take something and you burn it literally out of existence till there's nothing left, not even a molecule of carbon, then yeah, you have destroyed that thing with energy. So you've essentially destroyed energy, right? So okay, so let's say that we can. No, that's quite literally what they think. That's not what they say. That's what they think in quantum physics.
Okay. Leave the rest
Like
to
I,
me and go get some
it-
rest.
because quantum physics doesn't use
Job.
mathematical logic. No, 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 no. You're not. No, you're not understanding. No, quite literally, quantum physics is what they go by feel. So if they feel like this is logical, then they say, okay, this is it. Yeah, but you're saying no, 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 no. You're quite literally twisting your words. You said that's what they think, that's what they say, and no, that's not it. That's what I know what you're saying, but I don't think you understand what you're saying. Right. So let's use quantum physics, right? Let's hyperspeed to a realm where you sleep, right, can have two choices, two ends to it, right? You fall asleep, you see what you see in your sleep, and when you wake up, everything in that space and time, right, is the same. So you take two masses, you put one to rest, so you lower its temperature and its consciousness, and that would equal question mark dot I, right? So if right then and there, let's hypothetically say, you say, right, and then we introduce the other equation, because to answer question dot I, right, we use that same two masses and we put one to rest. The evidence will be that the one that isn't resting and has its heat up will have to present a evidence that question mark is the answer, and where dot I, right, is you experiencing that through the other. So let's say that the other equation, question mark, would be what you said, right? What would that be? What would that be? What you just said about dreaming and all that stuff. Exactly. But let's make it make sense, right? So let's say that what you dreamt actually happened. Your your energy, your body of energy, right? You're a body of energy. You and I are a body of energy. We're in a realm where whatever we dream can actually occur, right? So you dreamt of being a higher body mass of energy, let's say a planet. So you got so cold, and I presence that. I got heated up because in your presence, your coldness became into a planet, right? But then a platform. Okay, so you became a platform, right? So you metamorphosized into a platform, right? I heated up because of your presence being changed. So that's okay. So it changes now into photosynthesis. So you were three platforms that work off photosynthesis. Right, so I relate. Okay, so let's say that your form of energy is photosynthesis, right? So okay, so I'm giving you energy right now, as of your body is literally transforming into those three platforms that work off photosynthesis. Because photosynthesis, what works off of is taking sunlight and turn it into energy for its cells, right? So you're taking energy from me. You're not you're not feeling anything, and nothing's feeling you but me, right? So that would be dot I. We answered your question. That would be the question mark. Dot I would be that ideally situation. Now, okay, let's integrate another equation, right? Again, we're using quantum physics. Quantum physics sometimes is a whole lot of bullshit. Like for example, how do you get the sun to explode to become a supernova, right? So you heat it up, you make it heat up. How do you do that? Hypothetically, because you can't do that in reality, hypothetically, you keep fueling it other planets. So it grows, it eats up other planets. So, okay, so feeding off of what you're saying, I'm a body of mass getting hot enough to work with your photosynthesis. I'm giving you off energy. So, in this equation, we are not multiplying or summing up. We're going to divide, right? Are you familiar with division? Okay. What is division? Exactly. So let's split us apart, right? So let's split up us apart. So we take body of mass 1 is me divided by body of mass, which is you, times 2. Why times 2? Because we need to figure out what is body of mass E. Body of mass E is the example, just you, right? So what would be you in this equation? So we take me and you over you. We take out the in the equation we take the top of you. We subtract it, and the result we subtract it, and then it's just me divided by you in the equation under it. So I'm out of the equation because in this case, you need me. So I gave off all of my energy to feed you, right? We divided. Now this you is equally to you in the equation. You're that body of mass that no longer has energy. Now you work off of synthesis. You need light. Now you don't have light to feed off of. Now, let's say, and this is why I say that quantum physics is bullshit, because now we need to change the scenario. So let's add another equation, which is a scenario. So it's you, the body of mass that no longer has energy, in a plane of existence where there's herbivores and they can eat you. You have not been destroyed, you have been preserved. Now, in this equation, since you already been preserved, you're a body of mass that is being preserved, that is slowly dying. It's slowly giving away its existence. It's slowly giving away its little bit of energy left. What we can perceive of it, because he said, "Oh, can you see matter?" Yes, you are 3 platforms. We can see those 3 platforms that are still there. But its energy, we cannot see it, and its existence, we can still see it, but we don't know if it is still existing. But we can acknowledge its existence because we can see it. But let's say that those 3 platforms had a consciousness. You weren't just, you can think, you can dream, you can do all of this. We don't know that. In reality. But how come my brain cannot fathom if this is true, when in reality we don't know this? So isn't being open-minded quite literally what I'm doing? Saying that how can plants think? Or how can they dream when we don't know this? No, they can't. That would be my open mind thought. Your open mind thought is that they can't, right? So you can't destroy energy, right? You can just convert it. So now this herbivore is eating you. All 3 platforms of you, because you're basically something that works off of photosynthesis. Things that work off photosynthesis usually are plants. So this herbivore. So you think I'm not taking seriously when I am. So again, you think I'm not taking it seriously. And then you think I'm trying to debate you. I'm not. I'm trying to understand you, bro. That's you see my point now? Okay, so again, you just learned what basically happens in quantum physics or in quantum math, right? It's just a whole bunch of superstitions, a whole bunch of bullshit that is not what they think, it's what they feel like. So let's say that tomorrow some scientist says, "Oh, according to quantum physics, we are not moving. We're literally a stationed galaxy that doesn't move through space." That's bullshit. You just told us. You just told us. No, it's not that they have factual evidence. So why did I bring up quantum physics into the conversation? How I think things and why I say they are as they are is because I would take this not as evidence, but as part of the equation. I either multiply, sum it, division it, or minus it with this. That would be it, right? So you take 2 minus 1 would be 3. How is 2 minus 1 3? Oh, so there's something in math called the symbols of math. So you got negatives and positives. So let's say that you sum up 2 plus negative 1. No, math is not a way of understanding. Math is literally a way of talking. You cannot. Okay, when the yes, math is a way of talking. Math doesn't. You cannot fail with math. If you fail with math, it's because you're using bullshit. Yes, but math is not something that you understand. Some math is something that you read, you talk it out, and that's what it is. There's nothing else to understand. If you don't understand it, maybe it may be because you didn't pay a little bit more attention. Like because we use it in computers. Computers don't understand math, but they talk math. They don't understand it. You program it to talk it. So how is it you're going to tell me computers understand math now? They don't understand it. They are programmed to know that this is what it is because you cannot. How is it different? Because we understand how to do it. We know how to do it. We understand how to do it. Exactly. Same. Exactly. Same way how uh what's it called? We had the same thing early in the conversation where uh how do we, mm, mm, no, that would literally be saying that. I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, we could have. But how do you know that we are programmed this way? But who taught the first person that? Who taught the teacher? What came first, the chicken or the egg? Then who came first, the chicken or the egg? Oh, so now you're the one who's debating. At first it was me who was debating. Now it's you. Uh huh. That's the same. I don't know. That. I mean, I don't know. That's for you to find out. That's your homework for today. It doesn't seem like that. It really. No, no. It doesn't seem like you like living life because you've broken your head into a thought process where you don't go by what facts are, you go by what you believe in, which again it's not wrong, but when you yeah, but how are you gonna say that things correlate one to another when you're basing off of belief? Beliefs
I've called
don't
you because I need
correlate
your
to
help.
nothing. It's just
These
what you
bastards are using a
think
suspicious looking tape.
that oh, this is
Before we
it.
can investigate it, we need to get rid of the forces
A
guarding
belief
it.
is literally something
All
that you
right,
say,
let's get to
oh,
work,
this is why I
Descendant.
believe in, so this
Swarming
is
with
it.
defensive units. Clear them out. You got it?
You know what? Yeah, yeah. Belief can be,
Our social
yeah,
security.
it can.
Judging by that ridiculously large digger, they're definitely up to something. Warning system broken? It's gone off again. Ah, nope. Just another tough enemy to deal with. Descendant, do your thing. I have to check it out myself. To do that, I'll need you to lay waste to the locust. Every last one of them. I'm sure you've got this, right?
So, so you, so you think you're not that type of person? Okay. So, so you think, so you think you're more open-minded than me?
Oh, hell. I can hear alarms.
No, no, no. But the question
Better get
was, do
back
you
to
think you're
cleaning
more
up the
open-minded
mess.
than me?
That's the hazardous object proximity alert, isn't it? Seems we have
But you just
quite the
answered that
visual
earlier,
on
though,
this dark.
because you said you're more close-minded than me because you can't fathom this or that. So you think you're not programmed?
Damn it! Descendant, we've detected another high-level vulgus.
That's
There's just
kinda ironic.
Please take care of this.
That's that. But that's ironic though. That's ironic for you to say because you're in the military. You're literally programmed to follow orders. If you disobey those orders, you're gonna be tried with treason. So, so
Something weird about the energy.
yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
And it looks like we have to deal with
No, I ask you. So you think you're not? No, I ask you. I literally. No, 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 no. Wait, 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 wait. Pause, 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 pause. No. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you know. Yes, you did. I ask you. No. Yeah. No. 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 No, bro. No, bro. No. 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 I asked you literally. So you think you're not programmed, and you said no. You. Nah, bro. I ask you.
bastards.
So
Damn it.
you think you're not programmed, and I said it. That's ironic coming from you because they're. So, okay, so if you go off base, if you go off of your orders right now, you say fuck this shit, I'm gonna blow shit up, and you go ape shit. So you think you're not gonna do that? Then you are programmed then because you know what's right and wrong.
It's gone off again. Nope. Just another tough enemy to deal with. Descendant, do your thing.
No, but you said, oh, I don't go off of. I know I'm in a program, but I don't go off of that program. Then go blow shit up
Descendant,
about
to
school.
make sure it's safe enough for the construction corps members
But
to move
but
around.
but the thing
Take
is,
out the digger.
you also had to go to a certain school in military. But you also had to go to school though. We just also had to go to school in military though. What do you mean? Okay. Right? So why didn't you go off? Why didn't you go off program then?
There are vulgus everywhere.
So how come? So how come you say I'm going to say hi? And Dib was trying to Elden Ring a few minutes ago. But bro, thanks for stopping by. Make sure you leave your like, bro. Thank you for stopping by. So again, still, that's very ironic coming from you. It's very ironic. Very, very ironic.
No end to them. Please take care of this.
Thank you, bro. It's very ironic because you say, oh, you're more programmed than me when you had to follow shit because you had to live. So how come, bro, I have gone off of program, quite literally. And that's why I made a lot of mistakes.
Something weird about the energy flow within the vulgus facility. Oh, and it looks like we have to deal with even more defensive forces.
That's very ironic. That's very ironic. That's very, very ironic. That's irony. That's literally that's I mean, like that's in literally everything. Even in your job you had to do shit you didn't want to do. That's in everything. No, that's literally in everything.
Here they
Well, you're
come
saying stuff
again.
that's.
Think they
Oh,
can turn
you
us
just
at
said.
some point.
Oh,
The vulgus commanding them must be somewhere nearby.
Nah, I just think you don't understand things to a certain extent, and you just think that yeah, no, it's whatever, I guess. But so that's very ironic coming from
Broken? It's gone off again. Ah, nope. Just another tough enemy to deal with. Descendant, do
you.
your thing. Okay. Leave the rest to me and go get some rest.
So
Be
do you
there.
believe that the
Great
moon landing
job.
is real or not? Do you believe in the moon landing or not? No, but truthfully, do you or do you not? No, okay. No, see that's a level playing field. So I don't no no. See, bro, you already programmed, bro. I just programmed you to think that I'm programmed or more programmed than you. Okay, so okay, see. So you think so? You, all right. So okay. Level playing field. Okay, I don't believe nor nor believe that the moon landing happened because that's something I never seen. I never seen. I seen it in the TV, but like after a little bit more diving into and a little bit more of thinking about it, I was like, I never seen a fucking rocket in like IRL going up. I never seen fucking live programming as in never seen the astronauts in the fucking thing and shit and showing off the final seconds of the transmission before the signal cut off, right? So, what do you think about that? Like, what do you have to say about that? Like, why don't you believe in that? Right. Exactly. That's a level playing field. I don't know either. Like, how is that possible? I know that they've been trained to withstand certain G forces, right? Yeah, like we're exactly like, and for me, that would be the fuel. Like, how are you gonna have enough reserves to come back? Because because their calculation is that they wait for the perfect moment to land in a certain spot, right? Let's say the ocean. So they would have to wait a whole week for the perfect time for them to go into the orbit because again they don't go directly from the moon into Earth. They literally have to go in a very curved you can get to the moon. I can fathom that. I can think that it would be possible. Then how are you going to make it back? How are you gonna how like and we have Neil Armstrong being that one astronaut, but I don't know. Like what tells me what's
Ask me anything about modules.
because we got telescopes. We got telescopes, huge ass telescopes with HD 4K 1080p resolution. Yes, yes. because you, so you don't think you can modify one of those telescopes to see. Oh, that wouldn't be possible. Yeah, that wouldn't. And if it were, you would see them as very small ants. But the thing is, yeah, but the thing is, how come they get certain pictures from satellites, like streets, like cars? You know how the government, they give you a social security number and everything, and when you file for home ownership and you buy a house, they like what? I don't think the government hides a whole lot from us, but the important fine print, that I would believe that would, like, for example, why, okay, so for example, I yeah, this happens in America as the same thing happens in where I live. So math classes, when I was in school, we were taught to divide in two ways, right? Horizontally and vertically, in a full equation, and in fractions. So two divided into one, and two on top of one, that would be the same thing, right? Nowadays, they're not teaching you the fractions. They're not even teaching you fractional numbers. They are teaching you fractional numbers, but they're called something else. And they gave you another way of doing the equation. No. It's not even on. It's, for me. How can you make call it under another way of understanding when somebody else can't understand it? Because because I've seen I've seen parents literally grab their children's books and seeing how they're teaching them the equations, and they don't understand it. It's not that it's a whole language, a whole, exactly, but an understanding thing would be, okay. So it doesn't equate to math. Exactly, but it's not the same thing though, because if you come to me, you speak Chinese, I speak Spanish, but you do a gesture close to your mouth, I can understand. I can understand your language, but I can understand your sign language saying either you're hungry, there's something wrong with your throat, either you're choking, or you can't talk, and you need to use sign language, right? That's understanding. That's a level of understanding. But let's say that you've worked with AR rifles your whole life, and I give you this bullpup AR rifle, and you're like, "What the fuck is this? Where's the fucking safety?" And that's not understanding. That's a whole new thing. That's a whole new meaning. That's a whole new meaning to your thought process. But bro, not knowing a language. But the thing is, if you, but the thing is, how then? How come then? If you don't know a certain rank, how come you understand it's a higher rank than yours? If you've never seen it before, and nobody taught you that before. Exact. Exactly. So how come? How no? But how come? But for me, and my understanding, and I don't know if you fathom this, but for me, if I were in the military and I see a rank that I never seen before, I would assume and I would say in my head, okay, I've never seen this rank. This is a higher rank, right? Or it's a lower rank. You need to exactly. I'm still understanding something. It's not something that I don't understand. Still, I still understand that it's a rank I never seen. Exactly. But I'm still understanding that if I never seen it, I can't just blatantly say, "Oh, it's a lower rank," because if I've never seen it before, if I've never exactly, so why do they make it not understandable? That's what I'm getting at. Why do they, why would they for the people that already know how to do a fucking basic equation? Exactly. Why the fuck would they do that? That's the fine print. That's the type of shit that they be doing. Bro, that same thing happened with my parents. When I was in school and I started multiplying and shit, they were like, "But wait a minute, that's not how we did it. So this is the new way then? What books are they teaching you with? Oh, it's this book. What? That's this book is bullshit. This book says the thing that was literally by the time my parents were studying, they used books that were based off of people that wrote it like that went to university and shit. But when you look up the books that they use now, it's books from the government. It's not books from somebody else that actually went to university. So that's where I can't get off. Like, why would they bullshit us with this? And and another thing. So you want to talk about programming? You know how in social studies that would be history class. Bro, when has the government programmed something good? When has the government programmed something good? Uh huh. When has computers? Phones was the worst program, bro. If we're gonna talk about the worst program, But then again, there's people like you that don't believe everything they see on the internet. So why is it good in the first place? Why did they make it in the first place then? If everything that you look up to in the internet is not real or fake, and you cannot believe uncertainty in it. To better program you to what? That's the thing. If they made the internet for you to search up information, it's supposed to be factual information, but then they use it against you basically by feeding you bullshit. So you have to literally be more concerned about what you look up for. Let's say that you want to look up what happened in World War II, right? In
Message.
1945.
I've called
So
you because I need your help.
there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to be bullshit, and there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to be
Before we
factual.
can
So
investigate it, we need to get rid of
so what's factual then? You don't know because you've never been there. You just need to go off of by what
clear 'em out.
would be
Got it?
the most reasonable. So that's where you start getting off on politics and
What are
shit.
they doing that requires so much
So
security? Judging by that ridiculously large digger, they're definitely up to something.
exactly, like you can make up that Russia and
Warning system broken? It's gone off again. Ah, nope. Just another tough enemy to deal with. Descendant,
huh?
do your thing. I have to check it out myself. To do that, I'll need
But
you
that's
to
the thing. There's not a
focus. Every
but that's
last
the
one.
thing. There's not a lot of people trying to understand what would be reasonable, what would be not. There's a lot of people just saying that the government is corrupt, and that's it. There's not a lot of people saying why it is. It's just a lot of people going off of what other people say, and I go off of by what I look up for. So
Ah, hell. I can hear alarms. I have a bad feeling about this. That's the hazardous object proximity alert, isn't it?
right,
Seems we have
so
quite the powerful visitor. Damn it! Descendant. We've detected another high-level focus. There's just no end to them. Please take care of this.
I mean they can control what you see in a.
There's something weird about the energy flow within the Vulgus facility.
So 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 then
Looks like we have
so
to deal
then
with even more defensive forces.
So then, what do you think about the Jeffrey Epstein thing? Do you think they control them? Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. How come you don't know who Jeffrey Epstein is?
Why is there no end to these bastards? Damn it.
I feel that for me it is important because not only him but a lot of people was on that list. A lot of important people was on that list. Your president was on that list.
Is the warning
So
system
it
broken?
is pretty
It's gone
important,
off again. Ah, nope.
right?
Just another tough enemy to deal with.
That yeah, nobody yeah, that is true. Nobody's gonna do nothing about it, right? So, but then again, for me,
Descendant. We need to make sure it's safe enough for the construction corps members to move around before we can check out the digger.
I feel like it is important because if the thing is, it's not important because nobody does something about it. And as long as nobody does something about it, it's not that important.
Ah, there are Vulgus everywhere. It's like we've stirred up a hornet's nest.
For me, it is important for the sole reason that it's the only person that controls this side of the world, basically. Like it could. I mean, he kind of does, but not to the extent where he would be,
Send it. We've detected
let's
another colony of
say,
Vulgus. They're
changing
just below
things.
it.
For example, there's a
Think you can clear
few
this?
lands of United States inside of Russia, inside of Asia, inside of Africa. There's literally American land and
There's something weird about the energy flowing in the Vulgus facility. Oh, and
that
it
no
looks
no
like
that's
we
it.
have to deal with even more.
Want to know something really strange or a fun fact? The island that he was basically in wasn't even where people depicted it in the internet. It was next to the Virgin Islands. Literally.
Here they come again. I think they get tired of it at some point. The
Yep.
Vulgus commanding them must be somewhere nearby.
And then yeah, yeah.
Is the warning system broken? It's gone off again. Ah, nope. Just another tough enemy to deal with. Descendant, do your thing. Okay. Leave the rest to me and go
The
get some
thing is,
rest. I'm sure you need it.
the thing is, they can still
Great
keep doing
job.
shit on there because it's not an easy access island. What do I mean by that? Literally, the island has coral reefs and animals that are protected, and there's only one way in and out from the island. So, yeah, to get it, uh, coral reef sharks, manatees, a certain species of fish and starfish and fucking no. It's a protected species of animal. Like the government protects that species of animal. Yeah. Same thing how polar bears are protected by the government. Uh, fucking mammoth, not mammoths. Fucking elephants are protected. Rhinoceros are protected, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, and because their security, uh, basically guarding certain spots on the coast. So if they even see somebody, the uh, the Coast Guard is gonna get a call, and they're gonna hunt your ass down. Yep. Also because it's area of evidence, so you cannot fuck around with evidence. That's that would be the legal premise. I mean, yeah, Yeah, but yeah, but you keep talking about programs and like I say I'm not that programmed because at the end of the day, these are things I don't think about on the daily basis. These are things that I just know. But but on the other hand, you are pretty programmed because right now, if you try to leave base or if you try to leave your job, you will be arrested and treated with treason. Like like so, who's more programmed than who? You know what I'm saying? But then again, everybody is in their own program basically because everybody's trying to live their life. So that would be about it.
Send it. I've called you because I need your help.
No, the only thing we talked about money yesterday was the government's
Get
help
rid of the forces
with
guarding it. All
the
right, let's get to
food
work, Descendant.
coupons and shit
It's swarming with
in
defensive
Section
units.
8.
Clear them out. Got it?
Yeah, yeah, yes we did. You can ask your friend. Yes we did. Also, if you have so much of a fucking what's it called?
Judging by that
The
ridiculous
what's it?
report,
What do you call it? The
Descendant must be
scriptures,
working.
the transactions. What do you call it? The thing that you wanted to screenshot. The transcripts. Like if you have the transcripts of yesterday, you can look that up. So uh, yeah. See now that's another programming. There's a lot of people that just go off by what's written. You gotta learn how to use your memory.
Broken? It's gone off again. Nope. Just another tough
Like
enemy to deal with. Descendant, do your thing.
because a lot of people I have a few friends that do the same thing. They either record the party chat or whatever when they're trying to uh, uh um right. Right. So what I need to do, right? And that's my least favorite
Nice
for the
checking out the
reason
site.
that
Do
a lot
that,
of
and I'll
people
need you to lay waste to
tend
defensive
to
units. Every
deviate
last one of them.
to
I'm sure you
what
have
they
this figured
believe,
out.
and I just let people, you know. But if you ask me, yeah, I can get very touchy with the. No. That's not what I said. I said that that's my least favorite topic to talk about because a lot of people, uh, people when no, no, I let people be with that topic if you ask me, that's when people get like touchy with it, or I get touchy with it because people say, "Oh, it's always an argument with you like, with this topic." Okay, but here's the thing: you always trying to pull to your side too. So there's that. So why you touch the subject then? If you exactly, and I was trying to say that a lot of people do that. Exactly, exactly. Exactly. And I didn't say that you do that.
Oh, hell. Here longs. I have a bad feeling about this.
A lot of people.
Hazardous object proximity alert, isn't it? It seems we have quite the powerful visitor.
Well, you did say I was more programmed than you. Okay. No, but yeah, I was trying to say that a lot of people be like that. I didn't say that you was like that. I know that now for a fact that you know you just like to say your peace of mind. You just don't pull to your side. But a lot of people tend to do that. A lot of people do get touchy with that subject, and they always trying to be like, oh, but you don't think this, or but you don't think that, or this and that. And I'm like, that's a certain way to push the topic to your side of things. And I'm like, then you know what? I'm just gonna let you be. I don't even give a fuck about fucking existence, bro. It is what it is, bro.
Damn it.
At the end of the day, we don't know what the fuck is gonna happen tomorrow, bro. That's one shit about existence. You don't know for certain that tomorrow's gonna come. There's not a certainty. No. It's not. No. They can have the worst research ever. I don't give a fuck about that. It's the fact that they think that what they're saying is the whole reason. Now that's where I get like, how do you even know? How do you even know? No, but what? No, but like, if you ask me, I'm gonna be like that because I'm like, bro, it's not exactly. But there's people that actually, literally, don't be like me. That
Weird.
I'll be like,
Energy
bro. The
flowing
thing
through.
is, this is something that you can
And it looks like
actually fathom because you can actually see it. You can actually be like, okay, you can think of that because it's already there, right? But there's people that come up with some shit that you'd be like, where the fuck did you come up with that? Oh, fucking 4chan. What the fuck? I don't. I won't argue with people that say that's what they think. I let them be like that. But if you say that's like what it is, no, bro. Like, no, you're just sounding fucking crazy. You're just fucking crazy, right? Yeah, but I just told you that quantum physics is like, you know, a type of math that sometimes, yeah, you could say that, but it's more like a form to relate to certain scenarios. For example, to get to the moon, you use quantum physics, basic quantum physics, but you get because again, quantum physics is literally bullshitting scenarios. How did we get to the moon? Because we bullshitted our math way into the moon. We took the mass of an object that we would have calculated the trajectory, and we would with that equation we would get off with the fuel that we would need, et cetera, the time. Then we would calculate whatever day would be. So when we get there safely and accurately, etc. See, that's exactly. Exactly. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. There's a lot of shit that's already there. If you want to reinvent the wheel, then okay, that's fine. But the thing is, what else is there new to do then? And that's where people don't put their finger on. because people just be like, oh, I'm just gonna figure it out just by thinking about it, or no, bro, you gotta actually look into what were the mistakes other people did. You can't just say, oh, I would do it this way, or I would do it that way, because you haven't related. Exactly, exactly. The same thing with the dinosaurs. Why do I go off with what I've seen, or because it's already there? What I would add, though, is I wouldn't believe that dinosaurs would have survived certain things. Like I wouldn't. After the massive extinction, after the meteor, I would believe that no dinosaur that was left off from before that, they never survived because the Earth got cold. That's something I can believe in. The Earth got so cold that to survive in it would be so difficult. So yeah, yeah. But then, like, you ask them, okay, but do you believe that level oxygens were the same today as to then? And if they say yes, that's not reasonable thinking. That's literally not reasonable thinking. It's like saying that the gravitational pull was different back then. No, it wasn't. It was literally the same. Yeah. But yeah, those are subjects that I generally don't touch. I touch more subjects like, do you think there are or there were any other life outside of Earth? And I would say I can fathom that yes, there is and there was, and I do believe exactly. Shit, I bet there was. I bet there was. Why do I think? This is another thing. So people that say, "Oh, I believe there's life outside of Earth, like there's extraterrestrials, there's aliens, right?" And when you ask them, "Oh, so what's your basis on that?" "Oh, I just just believe that. No basis, no thought process whatsoever, no understanding, no. It's just I just believe it because because I want to be trendy or whatever." No, bro, like that doesn't how shit works as well. You just can't like when you ask somebody, "Oh, do you believe aliens exist?" and they be like, "Yeah," and you ask them on what basis, like what, like what's your theory on it,
Welcome to the
and
market.
they be like, "Oh, I just know." That's it. Like like what? Like that's bullshit. Like you can't just say, "Oh, exactly." So I understand when people do get mad at me when I start bringing up some theories and shit, because they be like, "Man, how do you even know that? Like, how do you even know that?" I understand where they're coming from, but you got to understand that things don't just be how they are just because. There's reasons for shit happening. It's not that.
space-time fabric of the void is extremely logical.
Yeah. No, because on what basis? Okay, so we are energy, right? So our consciousness is just part of what makes us literally another animal. People will look at you crazy if you tell them, "Did you know you're an animal?" Oh, but a dog is an animal. A monkey is an animal. I know animal because I speak. So you think that barks aren't a way of speaking in animals in the animal kingdom? So you think that ain't a fucking form of speaking for animals in the monkey realm? They don't have a conscious like we do because they don't have a developed frontal cortex. They don't have a cerebral. So, so why do we have a conscious so developed? Because that's how fucking nature works. We are a freak show. Like even Neil deGrasse Tyson says that we. Exactly. Now that I can get behind if you say, "Oh, that's another program." Why? Because exactly, but we didn't. We didn't used to know. We didn't used to know right from wrong. We would sacrifice ourselves by because some god of the sun won't give us fucking rain. Like, bro, that's bullshit. That was literally being an animal to a full extent. You know what I'm saying? So, if you don't think we are animals, you're just saying that what are you, a fucking god, an alien, a fucking species higher than what other humans are? So we why don't I believe we will feel anything after we die? Because we cease to exist. Our sole existence is literally understanding things that other animals don't have. They don't comprehend that. They don't understand. They just react. They just exactly. You never died, but as exactly. So, but then get this: have you ever had a buddy of yours, a war buddy of yours, get knocked out, like cold knocked out, like you had to wait like a hot, like a really hot pizza minute, like a fucking hot minute, like a minute where you be yelling at that motherfucker to wake up, and they're not waking up, and you still drag them in into fucking into the you haven't, right? You haven't. I have myself have been like not into, let's say, a coma, but I have been knocked out to a point where I've woken up in the fucking hospital, right, in a hospital bed, not knowing what the fuck happened, right. It was brief. I didn't felt shit, but now,
Would you please save me?
right. So if you don't believe me, right, ask somebody that has had a heart attack to the point where their heart stops and they're just knocked out, or ask somebody that has been into a coma. And again, it's not the same thing as being brain dead. It's not the same thing as being in a not a trance, but like in a point where you hear, see, and your brain is functioning, but your motor functions are not connected. It's not the same thing. I'm talking about a full-on coma where the person has been there for a very, very hefty time. We're talking about months or years. Ask them if they ever felt anything. That's like being dead. Bro, bro, there was this lady, and I don't know if this is bullshit, right? Because I just saw it on the internet, but imagine this. There was this lady. She was young. She was young, 20 years. She was in a coma, right? It was for months. I don't remember how many months, but she felt like she had a whole ass life in that coma. She had kids. She met the love of her life. She met new friends. She had 4 kids, very beautiful kids, and everything. She felt like everything was real, right? And when she woke up, bro, she the only thing that she got was trauma, and she couldn't grasp reality for the life of her. It took her a hot minute to realize that she was in a coma. And this, what would be this? Scientists would put it as this is the brain basically under a trance or under a a protective mechanism where they're trying to wake the person up but they can't. So what does it do? It lets free ride. Literally the brain free ride her whole existence, so to speak, right? But she ceased to exist because her consciousness was not there. She wasn't conscious. You could have taken a needle, poke her, and she would not feel a shit. She would not feel anything. Because if she were to feel anything, exactly, because we're so, like I said, so to speak, because cease to exist would be that you would die. That's why I compare this to people that have been in legit comas. Because exactly,
Descendant, I am analyzing the sample of the Colossus icon.
right? So
Descendant, I have reviewed your conversation.
The space-time fabric of the void is welcome, Descendant.
that's another thing. A lot of people that have been in comas have had quote unquote spoken to the devil or to God, and they have had life changing experiences inside that coma. And what did they do after they woke up? They pursue Christ, right? So literally to each their own in that topic, quite literally to each their own. Because if you ask me, I'm just gonna give you a straight up answer. No, there's nothing else. Because if there were, wouldn't you think that the same way that there's evil, there would be good in terms of fucking ghosts, poltergeists, and all of that shit? Wouldn't the same way as a demon possess a person? Wouldn't the same way an angel possess a person? And we don't see a lot of that, right? We see, right? But we've seen demonic possessions though, right? So where there's good, there's what exactly, exactly. But for whatever it's worth, right? The videos that have been uploaded to the internet where we've seen people literally fucking Which again, with the people that say, "Oh, that could have been edited, that could have been a hoax or whatever," right? Right. So, but why don't the program, right, quote unquote program, why haven't we seen a angelic possession though? Why are we pushing? Why what? So
Oh, a special human child. What do you need?
right. So but we still do though. We still do not live life correctly though. We still don't. So that's why I just keep my beliefs to myself. I keep a lot of certain things to myself because to get it mixed up with a conversation, first we'd first have to have uh, a certain set of parameters. For example, we can't talk about a religion how we know it. We would have to talk about it like we know aliens, right? And another thing, we can't, right? And that controls people more for the bad than the better, in my opinion, because you see, your typical Christian is, oh, you can't listen to this, you can't see this, you can't do that because it's against Christ. What do you know? What do you know? Exactly. So, bro, those same people will backstab you and then say that you bullshitting them, that you're a liar, you're no saint. They would judge you, and the first thing that says in the Bible, don't fucking judge, bro. The only one can judge you is God. So, like, it gets to a point where people don't even think for themselves. So for me, what do I say to that? Literally, is I just believe that there's a higher thing than us that might or might not be our last what's it called, like our last trial, basically. Like that's the one thing that will decide if we've lived a fulfilling life or we've been fucking around. You know what I'm saying? So how so? I mean, just ask a lumberjack, bro. I ain't gonna tell you life is just about cutting wood. Just cut wood, and you'll see how simple it is. you ask a lumberjack about life, I bet you dead ass he gonna tell you how simple it is, and people just be driving themselves crazy trying to figure out what's the next best thing. When literally our lives were about simpler things, which is a lot like. But that's the thing. I mean, well then, if you ever die, if you got that much power, drop a fucking what's it called? Oh god, okay, right. I mean, you did kind of say that in the sleep energy thing that you think that, or what do you mean? Because I did take that a bit literally, like so.
If it's new research, I'm listening.
What's my 57,000, bro? I don't know. I just do believe that we live in a point in time where uh, I do believe we will live in a society. I do believe. I do believe we live in a society. In a society. What do you mean? Nah, no, because I live, I kind of live by this rule where if you know what you're doing, you gotta be willing to know the consequences to it, and you're gonna be willing to accept that that would be what it would be. Hence, it is what it is. Because, okay, I mean, I do bet that. I I do I do believe, and I do fathom that there is a heaven and hell, but I am not one to be scared of the consequences of my actions, because if you know what you're doing is wrong, what makes you think that you're gonna just because nobody knew what you did, what makes you think that you're gonna go to heaven, or that you're gonna die and go to a better place? What makes you think that? Like, what makes you think that people that break the law, people that do immoral things, what makes you think that they have a level of consciousness where they say, this it's whatever we do here, it stays here, whatever. I'll go wherever I go. You gotta be with your feet on the ground, with your tidy whities very well put, and understand that whatever you do, if you believe that if you do it bad, if you do wrong, right, that's gonna be repaid with a living hell, right? So, what makes you think that somebody will be like, oh, I'll just repent? Like, no, bro, I will repent eventually, right? But that doesn't mean that most likely just because I repented, I will go to heaven. Like, God's grace is bigger. Ex- exactly, exactly. Exactly, because they tell you the grace of God is bigger than your sins, and His love is bigger than whatever you did, right? So I understand that. I can fathom that. I understand that, right? But the thing is, the Bible also says God is a just God, and and even so, there are things that can be arguable, because you can't have a loving God and say that He will smite you with His wrath if you, let's say, do blasphemy. You, which one is He? Is He? Does He smite you with His wrath because He's disappointed in you, or He smites you with His wrath because He used to love you, and just because you know what I'm saying, right? So, so I believe in a just God. If in a point in time I done a lot of shitty things and a lot of sins and whatever, then bro, I gotta live with that. I gotta be okay when my time comes. I can't just be a hypocrite and then say, "Oh no, I deserve heaven. Oh my God, I repent to God." No, no, motherfucker, that's not how it works. That's you normally, right? Normally, when you break the law, right? If even if it's your first time, if you break the law to an extent, let's say that you committed mass genocide, what makes you think the judge is gonna go easy on you? So I see God as a judge, where if He sees your life and you've done a lot of shitty things, but then He sees that you repented, and then you started, quote unquote, a new life following His steps, He's gonna be like, man, you followed my steps, and that's good and all. You repented, and you fixed your life up and all of that. But the thing is, all the souls you destroy, like I got little Jimmy over here, bro. He was going to school and you fucking ran him over with your fucking truck, bro. Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of people that take this on a smaller scale and think that just because they repented, they will go to heaven. Just because God is love. Like, yeah, yeah, right? Which one? The my way of thinking, or oh no, they still no no they still doing that. They still doing that. A lot of people and Chris, yeah, and a lot of people. I mean, Christianity back then, a lot of people did have a sense of like fear, you know, because back then, when let's take it to Rome. Rome and their religion, right, or what we can call, let's say, modern Catholics. Back then in Rome, there were Catholics, there were Jewish, there were Israelites, whatever, right? Um, they all believe, let's say, in the same God, but the Romans, they would take whoever sinned, whoever did their sins, they would be punished to death. Let's say that let's take for example Jesus. He blasphemed, and he was took for blasphemy, and his torture. He was tortured. He was humiliated. And he got crucified. So so in a sense, back then, a lot of people wouldn't even begin to do what Jesus did because they knew that the outcome would have been similar, right? Nowadays, you would claim that you're Jesus and nobody bats an eye. Everybody gonna call you crazy. Like literally nobody gives a fuck. Um, no. How so? Yeah, back then that would have been the case. And what? No, because that's the thing. Society back then was different. Society back then wouldn't look at you like you were crazy. They would look at you like, oh no, this motherfucker wants a death sentence. That's how they will look at you. This guy doesn't even know what he's saying, bro. Yeah, because they still served. They still served to chapels. They had their own churches and everything. They had their own system of Christianity and all that. Um, but they feared it. They feared what would ever happen to them if they stepped out of line in those regards. So yeah, yeah. Oh no, yeah, yeah. Everybody had to. Everybody. Well, back then, control was a lot more trickier because your, let's say, king would be sitting on his throne and he wouldn't even be looking out the window, looking at who would be stepping out of line. Because back then, mischief would be a lot easier. You would just be doing a lot of shit outside of the kingdom, right? And when you go inside of the kingdom, you would play by the rules. Let's say that you had, let's say, 5 cows, right? And inside of the kingdom, 5 cows don't cost 500 gold coins. And you go outside of the kingdom to sell them at 500. So when you come back with those 500 gold coins, you'd buy again 2 other cows for, let's say, 100 gold coins, and then you buy food and whatever, right? So nowadays, mischief is a lot more harder to achieve. Times were a lot different.
Descendant, we have some
Nowadays,
intel on the enemy movements. We've detected an experiment.
yeah, but it'd be a lot more. It'd be a lot harder.
Apparently, it's a potential threat that could lead to a void erosion if left unchecked.
Exactly, a lot harder. Don't you think he paid off a lot of people just to stay quiet? Don't you don't you think?
You should be able to detect void energy from some distance. It disrupts the entire dimension.
And that and that's based off of premises. Imagine on the things that we don't know of. Hmm. Imagine how many of your people, right, be violating Geneva Conventions right now.
The void energy is so strong. It's almost palpable.
It's not even that. Imagine you're friends with a sergeant or whatever, and you went on, like you said, with the Marines, that they be doing crazy shit. Imagine you're good friends with your sergeant, and you tell your sergeant, "Hey, Sarge, what I owe you because I did this and that. I kind of violated some Geneva Conventions." He finna tell you, "Don't fucking worry about it. Just give me 2 packs of cigarette. I will be okay about it." I bet. Nobody gonna bat an eye because you're gonna tell your brothers, like, if you even slip on a thing, you're gonna be missing a teeth or two. But now that's superstitions. That's just assuming things because we're not there to actually know that. We don't, we can only see that on movies. We haven't seen that on, let's say, an article or news or whatever. Yep. Why else do you think I need? Why else do you think I don't think of that? A lot of people tell me, "Oh, how do you know a lot of shit, but you don't talk about a lot of shit?" And I'm like, bro, because it's not fun to know or to assume a lot of things. It's not fun, but to know them is even worse. To know them is even worse. Like to say that you know who did this or that, like it's even worse to assume and to talk about it. It's like rubbing on a wound. And so let's say that you got a buddy that, let's say, grabbed two fucking Afghani girls and he did whatever he wanted with them to a very 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 gruesome extent, right? And then he told you that. How you assumed that this guy was shady as shit, but to now know it, it's a different thing. You know what I'm saying? Like that's some shit that you don't even fathom. That's factual shit. That's shit that would might keep you awake at night. Doesn't doesn't matter. That's still things that in higher. So you still did it. You still did it. It don't matter if it was big or small. You still did it. Abuse of your influence. Sometimes I did the same. So, by the way, what is? I know your MOS is infantry, but what? So you're army, right? What branches you? So I forgot. National Guard, and what? Or you still aren't in a division of National Guard, or they don't got divisions of National Guard, so to speak, like 300 infantry or this infant. And what would your division be? Okay, yeah, infantry, but like a division in the meaning of um whatever. Let's say that there's infantry, right? But then there no, because rank, what are you, like E5? So right. So let's say that you're in the division of infantry, but your infantry is called, I don't know, the 300 infantry, or I don't know, or fucking Spartan division or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And then there's fucking um let's say, like the group of that MOS. Or you don't got that in National Guard. And I'm just talking shit. Exact exactly, yeah, that. Huh? So you would be mountain? Huh. So it would be mountain infantry. Alright. What are different specs or specs in the sense of what is the difference between you and 11B? And what would be cavalry? What would be the difference? Exactly, like right now, you're where you could be 11B and you would find an 11B enlisted where you're at, or or like the difference doesn't matter, and you would find an 11B enlisted in like where you're at stationed right now, like working with you in the oil rig. What you mean? Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like that was my question. Like, would you find someone from one division in your MOS, or is it like in your specific MOS because it's your MOS? You're just gonna find this division and that division, or do they? Mm. Then again, every branch works differently because Army works in a certain way, Marines work in a certain way, National Guard works in a different way. I heard Army is easier. I heard fucking Marines are the worst because it's a lot harder to get in and to maintain. No, they are very trained. They're like those motherfuckers will snap you like a tree. I don't know. What do you think about Palm Beach Pete? What do you think about Palm Beach Pete? Yeah, that's someone that looks a lot like Jeffrey Epstein. Like a lot. Like if they were if they were twin brothers separated at birth.
Yeah. I dare say that's him. He's just hiding in plain sight. But then again, how much time does a DNA test take? Yeah, he did take a DNA test. Huh? I don't understand the question. Mhm. Because fucking what's it called? Rhinoplasty costs money. Jaw surgery costs money. Fucking Botox costs money. And plus, he claims that he ain't the person that they're saying he is, and he's trying to prove it. So he did take a DNA test to acquaint for that, right?
Would you like to use the laboratory?
Bro, I used to be 229 on weight, and now I'm 224. Slowly but surely, we're going down. Yeah. Right. When's your next run? When's your next run? Aren't you on surveillance? Oh, then why don't you go out at nighttime though? So y'all don't got fucking what's it called? Hmm, huh? No, I do not know what that means.
It's like 2 a.m. And I'm hungry, bro. I don't even know what to eat. I want to eat, but I don't want to eat till I'm full. I want to eat till I'm like satiated. That's the thing. I also don't want to eat something with a lot. I want to eat something that satiates me, not something that will fuck up with my cholesterol and all that yeah, all of that shit. Fucking starve till it's fucking daytime so I can eat heavy. I do, but I just ate some because that was like 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago. Because for me, you had a snack 3 hours ago. That shit's still in your body. You're hungry because you got nothing in your stomach, but it's in your fucking intestines. You haven't you haven't ate all day, then you have nothing in your system. You got shit in your system. Mm, I don't know. I don't think they would let you fucking starve yourself for a couple of days. I bet they. What you mean? It's not a moral. It's not a moral thing. It's about. It's about what would you rather? Would you rather die, or would you rather keep living on? I hope so. What? I. What you mean? You don't believe that wouldn't be hell for me? Just get this. So get this. Exactly. So you're gonna be scared because you're gonna sleep forever. Eventually, 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 what you're saying, there's gonna be a point in time where what you call uh, a conscious or an existence, your voice is gonna fade, and you're not gonna even your existence is gonna fade eventually, and you won't even realize that you're going through this. There's gonna be a point time. Okay, so if you would tell me that this is an indefinite thing where you're gonna live the exact same moment that will torture you, then okay, that is scary because you're literally going the same thing over and over and over again, and you won't have a chance to like fade away. You know what I'm saying? So no, yeah, that's yeah, no, yeah, because the way you worded it out is like I'm just gonna be in constant darkness, not being able to move, not being able to think, to see, nothing. I'm just gonna feel a certain red state. Yeah, but for there's gonna be a point in time where I'm just gonna be like, well, what you gonna do? Time to sleep, sleep it out, bro, for eternity. Fuck that shit. Exactly. You're by yourself, complete solitude. You ain't listening to no one. You're just being restrained. You don't get to move, do nothing, feel nothing, see nothing, hear nothing. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. Just don't worry about it like everybody does because you're not perfect. You're still gonna fuck up even if you repent. Let that be up to God. Obviously, I'm not saying that go fuck up your life and live a miserable life and do shitty things and shady things to everybody that's around you. I'm not saying that. You know, it's good that you follow a gospel. It's good that you want to be a good person. We need more of those nowadays. I'm not saying that you should be a menace to society, but if you're actually gonna worry about that, then start doing things that actually matter now rather than when that time comes. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're gonna worry about your actions from from their from their effect from then you're looking at the wrong picture, buddy. You're practically living a lie to yourself. Okay, so there are people that worry so much about their decisions that the typical example of a following Christian that you and I know, right, are the ones that studied, never had sex, never partied, never did drugs, never had fucking blasphemous friends or friends that had this type of lifestyle. They only had sex once when they married. Uh, you know, they did their normal thing, right? So again, these type of people worry so much about the bigger things that would have an effect from then to that point, right? But what about the little things? What about the crackhead that you judge? What about the guy that when you didn't have a boyfriend you thought was hot? What about when but who are you but but who are you to judge him? You don't know what will led him to that point. You don't know his life. But who are you to judge him? I know. You know that. Probably they knew that at one point, but because of the substance abuse, they stopped thinking about that. So then again, who are you? Who are you to judge them? Okay, so I'm parting off to the type of Christian that they read in the Bible that you're not supposed to judge. So that includes you pointing at a person and saying, "Oh, this person is a crackhead." That includes thinking it. That includes talking about it. That includes whatever. You know what I'm saying? Still, if you help them, that's a better choice than not doing anything. Then again, still, you're still on the same page. You're still committing a sin. You're still, you know. So they get stuck up with these other bigger sins that they're so worried about. But then again, they do these other sins that are equally as bad. Like there's no sin bigger than the other. God is still gonna judge you for whatever you do. And yes, there are cardinal sins. Yes, there are commandments. Yes, there are, or according to what's written. So those are the ones that primarily they follow, right? Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not envy thy brother. Blah 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 blah. And they get so stuck up that they themselves rot as a wannabe Christian, right? Because they still end up doing the little things that also matter. You still judge that prostitute. You still judge that neighbor. You still frown upon. You still. It's one of the things that's written that you should not do. And another thing is, you still, again, I'm going based off of what's written. I'm talking about the Christian that's stuck up to yeah, like I said, thinking that the neighbor shouldn't have this or that, thinking that the neighbor is a worse sinner than you, pointing at the neighbor, saying that, oh, this guy should deserve a trial of death, talking indoors, uh, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So they are so worried to go to hell that literally they're driving themselves there. So
Welcome.
don't worry about the bigger things. Worry about yourself. You don't. Okay, it's okay that you don't like, let's say, fucking drug addicts. Okay, fine. Live a life where you do not find them. Do not judge them and frown upon them, and then justify why you're not living a better life, because that's not how that works. So, and I've been that type of way at some point in my life, and that's where I literally don't fucking care if I do right or wrong. I'm gonna do enough to where I am not doing any harm to anybody and even myself, you know. But I still judge people. I still offend people. I still frown upon on people, and those are the things that's why I so why try and live a perfect life when you and you yourself are not perfect? That doesn't make sense. Kinda. Some people don't even get to a better path. They just what's it, right? Exactly, but they still get stuck up. So
Would you like to access the laboratory?
it's like why bother when it's also written. God knows the heart of man, of every man. Exactly. Exactly. So that's the whole premise of why it's not scary to me if I go to heaven or hell, because to a certain point I'm self-conscious about my decisions, and I've gotten to a point in time where I myself have uh, overtaken the control of my life. You first go, well, I say that because, again, certain religions, stepping out of the one we're talking about, certain religions say that you first go to heaven, you get judged there. If you've done great, then you stay in heaven, and then you go. If you haven't done great, then you go to hell. Some people say that you first go through purgatory, and at purgatory they show you what you've done in life, and then through that sentence they send you wherever you need to go, etc. What? I don't know. Yep. That's why I just in those terms I try and keep it simple and just not bother anyone really. If I ever need anything, sure I'll reach out, but it's not gonna be a thing where I'm gonna be bothering anybody. Yeah, like let's say, oh hey, I need this or I need that, I need help with this, I need help with that, and yada yada yada. Or if I can reach out to help as well, then yeah, I will do that as well. I have done it before. I'll do it again. But this is not a thing where let's say that because people think I'm very upfront with confrontation, and it's not even that. It's that the way that I was raised, or the things that I can, let's say, quote unquote, justify certain actions that I take, is that I go off by uh, things that repeat, or things that are, um, let's say, a pattern in society. So if I ever even come across helping out people that actually need it, you know, it's because I've seen a pattern in them that lets me know that they actually need me, or they actually need the help that I can provide. But if it's somebody that they can help themselves, and some people can even see this as I'm just being an asshole, uh, it's to a point where I'm not gonna help them because they can help themselves. Why would they need my help? You know what I'm saying? And even so, the Bible says, "Oh, help thy neighbor, or treat thy neighbor how you would like thy neighbor treat you." Right? Treat your neighbor how would you treat yourself, so to speak. Right? So if I like to treat myself with respect and kindness, that's what I'm going to give out. But there are certain people that actually get this twisted and actually decide to take a different turn in life and have this type of persona that they call, oh, this is me, and if you don't accept me for who I am, then you're the one that's wrong. And to that, all I can say is, well, fair game. Then don't be crashing out when somebody's an asshole to you. When you yourself said that if you don't accept uh, how I am, then it is what it is. It's not always like that. Trust me. People that are sociopaths and people that are psychopaths, some of them that are well developed, do think in logical terms, as in, if I'm gonna do X crime, I'm not gonna be stupid enough to the point to catch a case. You know what I'm saying? Like, we only know the people on the surface that have been caught with it. Exactly. So what about exactly? Because what about the people that have done unthinkable things and never got caught? Right? They also had a logical thought process. If I'm going to do this, I'm not gonna, So Huh? Bro, you been on my fucking live. Yeah, you was. Then how come I heard myself through your mic? I either you got bad headphones or so you're talking through the controller mic? Ah, yeah, that was the other thing I was gonna say. Either you got bad headphones or you're talking through your controller. Sometimes, yeah, if I'm loud enough. I like this dude's name. I love fried rice. I love fried rice. You just said that was gay. How you gonna say me too, motherfucker? Ain't that what he said? Ah, huh? What you mean? So you say I'm a master debater? Start left. Master debater. I'm master debate. I master debate people. Nah, I don't. I generally get triggered or get mad if somebody says something that I'm like, bro, that's stupid as fuck. What is this guy talking about? Who else? Who else in the base you're at, or is it just you? Not at base. At base. You're not in the base. Where are you? Exactly. Like, ain't there other soldier there that can hang out with you? Call in somebody then. You call in somebody then. Yeah. Right, this motherfucker took it along for a long ass time, being on game for a long ass time, not going outside for shit. Fucking patrolling, bro. Like every so. And I don't know. What time is it over there? When is the fucking color side gonna appear, bro? Color side, you big ass bitch. When you finna appear, you big ass bitch. I want to defeat the boss. I'm farming the boss every so then that I get a chance, and it's taking a minute. 18 seconds he's gonna appear, and then we're gonna fucking cook him up. Huh? Right. Right.
Descendant. Environmental data collection.
I was about to say, don't tell me this bitch wanna crash on me. It is, but it won't be good for you. Bro, these people fucking don't got a chance against this. His shield. Oh shit! I thought that was something else. Yeah. Oh, how do I know? Experience, because experience tells me that bosses like this have weak spots, and when you hit those weak spots, they light up blue. Generally. Bro, we were more than 8 hours straight talking shit. Worse. You're looking at it your own perspective. You got to look at it at a general perspective. So we're talking like that on any demographic. Uh, More than 50% of juveniles much rather be anything else but what society needs. So every adolescent from the ages of, let's say, 12 to 18, they want to be YouTubers, they want to be athletes, they want to be rappers, they want to be movie artists, they want to be anything else but a doctor, but a construction worker, but a pipeliner, but anything else that requires study and hands-on, you know, attention. So worse, in my opinion, really. Yes. Yeah, because so the generation that's growing up with technology, they're gonna learn up to a certain extent because it's not the same as having a PC for gaming than to have a PC to work with Excel. Eh, so yeah, that's that's another thing. They don't want to work in McDonald's. They don't want to work in Walmart. They don't want to work in Amazon. They don't want to be working at all. They want easy jobs. Uh, they want whatever everybody else has without the work that they need to put in, and that's the reality of it, and why it would be
Need
a worse generation because they don't really want to put in any type of work really. So that's that's the yep, 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 yep. That's that's right, and that's why some things uh you just can't avoid thinking about in a certain way because it's simple as putting one and two. A good program. parents never had no cell phones. All they had were studies and work. So yeah, exactly. But those people that get to be doctors and lawyers and whatnot come from families that actually have the income to support them from their startup. Parents that are generally at the, let's say, quote unquote middle class are going to have children that don't want to study because they don't go to private schools. Generally, private schools are a better way of enrichment for children and adolescents. But if you grow up in a public school, the education is worse. Kids are worse because you're going to meet everybody from a lot of different places and mostly from Section 8 houses and suburbs that are not, turning out great. It's this is not even a discovery. This is basic ass shit that has been happening for a very long time. So it's not new. I do not know. I don't know, but I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom and go find something to eat. Y voy desde Manhattan hasta el Bronx, fumando un blon y me gritan, hey nigga, where you from? Soy de Puerto Rico, I'm sorry. Tengo un disparate, moñas verdes como aguacate que me están pateando como karate. Y voy desde Manhattan al Long, su water one y me we one. Bro, Raccoon Eggs just posted a video 10 hours ago and it's only 6 minutes, bro. Like, bro, what? Like, bro, Raccoon Eggs, bro. I'll be right back real quick.
am Bonholio. What the fuck is going on? China? Core binder. What can I do? What is Rigor Mortis doing? Is Rigor Mortis fucking on? Oh, he is. Hey yo, Jag. Hey yo, Jag. Jag. You fool, you burger flipper, Jag. Yo, Jag, what the fuck you on? You fucking doing something? Bro, I ain't doing shit. ¿Hay algo que puedo hacer? ¿O que pueda dejar haciendo? Ah, sí es cierto, sí es cierto.
Descendant, I've called you because I need your help. These bastards are using a suspicious-looking digger. Before we can investigate it, we need to get rid of the forces guarding it. All right, let's get to work, Descendant. Swarming with defensive units. Clear them out. Got it? What the hell are they doing that requires so much security? Judging by that ridiculously large digger, they're definitely up to something. Another tough enemy to deal with. Descendant, do your thing.
Tú sabes que yo voy a dejarle veleo para después, ¿verdad? A ver qué está haciendo raro, a ver si me puedo meter para un raro. Ese
I have to
tiempo no
check
voy
it out
para allá.
myself. To do that, I'll need you
Yo,
to live
Jag.
Vulgus. Every last one of them. I'm sure you've got this right.
Jag. Bro, Jag loco.